Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value as I would say, in all type of ways. As I would tell you, so you know, gotta give thanks before I go and begin. Make sure everybody can win. Whatever you think, you're probably on the brink. If you're about to quit, just keep going, because you're just not knowing the way yet. Just take the first step, and the rest will come through, and you'll know what you need to do. So give thanks for guidance every time. Creation at its prime. Letting you know what's on my mind as I go through. Today what I'm going to do, again, something new. So, yesterday I built out the flow with the quiz, the onboarding, the archetypes. Today, what I'm going to do is make the individual, basically like the individual paths for each archetype. So, the vision, back on track, building a legacy that's never looking back. And yesterday we built the quiz to see what users need, and today I'm going to build the pipeline to help their vision come to speed. I'm not playing small or chasing pennies on the street. I'm building massive systems where wealth and code will meet. Taking every profile from the answers that they gave and giving them a modular space they're going to want to save. If you're a solo coder or a builder full of drive, this dashboard system will mutate and keep your goals alive. No more generic setups or boring empty pages. Guiding people through the features like a mentor on a stage or a sage. So, hiding the complex clutter, keep the interface pristine, so the path to direct value is the clearest thing they've seen. Let them get a taste of the free tier, let them see the system run, then leave a premium lockbox when the value has begun. Alright, abundance mindset is high. Gonna build the loop and watch the user metrics fly. So, getting into it, starting out with Claude Code. Just going to take an inventory of the features I already have in the free tier. So basically I only have I'm like building out the features as I go. A lot of it comes from the marketing flow, from the marketing dashboard. Gonna start with what I got. And as I build things out, then I can come back, and this is all just like a work of progress over time. I'm never trying to really assume what prospective customers would want, what my target market would want. I'm just kind of like taking a guess right now and then building something, and then I'll track the analytics and see what they're actually doing, and then work with that and work with the marketing to make this better over time. So that's the business flow. That's how I do it as I go. Drinking water too. And if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Make sure you hit that like button, thumbs up. Trying to provide as much value as I can. Provide as many people with a plan to get to where they want to be. So you know, the more thumbs up, the more likes, the more people are going to see the video. Trying to do what's right. Nothing was attained by sudden flight. Got to put in the work. But if you're doing what you love, it doesn't really feel like work. Heights of great people were reached and kept, not attained by sudden flight. Meanwhile, the companions slept. They were upwards, toiling through the night. And subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. Always feel free. Comments and questions about any section that I'm working on. I'll just learn as I go. Stay in the flow and do what I know. Here we go. I'm about to paste the results, and the main, or one of the main features is 10 level skill tree game / quiz. But right now the way it's set up is that you start at level 1 and you have to get at least 7 out of 10 questions right before it unlocks level 2, and each level progresses like that. And I don't think that's included in this summary. So like, I don't know if they were gonna you know, just the way that they lay out the path for each individual archetype, that if it's trying to tell people to start at a specific level, just know that the way it's set up right now, you got to you wouldn't be able to start at any level except for 1 unless you've already signed in and, like, I guess passed that level before, I think. And, you know, I also don't have a problem with changing that if you think that it would be worth it. But I don't think it's necessary. I kind of like how it's like that, and the game, like, progresses, so it wouldn't make sense to me, but let me know what you think. Making progress today with this Obsidian too. Really starting to learn more about what it can do. And does way more than I thought. I would recommend Obsidian to anybody. You got AI to help you set it up. It's like what it's doing is like way better than like my like what I've been doing for you know, planning and taking notes and organizing thoughts and stuff like that. But once I get that workflow set to where I'm, like, you know, migrating all my notes and everything over, and that's done, and I've got that workflow down, there's just so many more levels to it that it's like, it's super amazing to me what's possible with it. And I feel like it's going to make my life more productive, more streamlined, take things off my mind that I was, you know, remembering, stuff like that. And also, you know, I can attach an AI agent to it. It can help me recognize things that I was not recognizing, pick up patterns. The Investor's Edge and the level skill tree game quiz are the same thing. Right now, that 16 stage linear path is you know, just like one size fits all, but I want to make that so it's individual for each archetype. And the dashboard is not accessed right now unless you sign in anyway. So there doesn't need to be, from what I understand, like one size fits all anymore. It would just be like when the person gets their archetype and they sign in, then they get their individual path based on that archetype. And it doesn't have to be 16 steps. It can be like, you know, I guess there's not even 16 features right now, so, you know, that would be easy to change as I go and I add more features. So can't really think of anything else to add to this. And I'm gonna attach a screenshot of the dashboard as it is right now. Start the dev server. And one more thing, it looks like I got like 34 Git sources right now. So I thought I did I'll commit and push to GitHub at the end of the day yesterday, but I don't know, maybe not. So that's something I definitely need to do, because I'm surprised that there's that many and I just started. One more thing to add, this is the free tier dashboard. So there's different dashboards for the free tier and the paid tier. I don't think you should need the paid tier for this task, but let me know if you do. Welcome back to the chat, Anna. Good to see you every time. Respect. How's the progress going? You getting the agent stuff down yet? If not, no worries. I know you're busy. Just wondering how it's going. Do you think that I should do that that git right now? Because all I have to really do is like just say commit and push to GitHub, right? I don't remember exactly what it is, but I don't think that really matters. Because I'm like 99% sure I did it yesterday. I'm surprised to see that many. But I just feel like more comfortable if I get it out of the way now. Commit and push to GitHub. Alright, so the path model. Definitely keep the stages and ranks pattern. I don't want to lose that. It'll just be different for each archetype. As far as rank titles per archetype, it doesn't sound that difficult to me, but also I think it's not that important. It'd be something really easy to add later. And I just want to focus on, like, you know, building the main features out, and the details that can be changed later I think aren't that important to me. So I guess let me know if that sounds accurate to you. And I think make the path length variable per archetype. You know, size it to whatever makes sense given the features available. And of course, there's going to be, you know, many more features to come. And setting these up will even, I feel like it should help me with finding new features that would make sense for each archetype, not just the marketing data that I'm collecting. Welcome to the chat, Aerotoki. Respect every time. Can't read your, looks like maybe Japanese to me, but it's not translating. I gotta figure out some way to get it like a translator on the chat for YouTube and Twitch. See, you're asking me questions, but I can't read that language or speak it, so I'd like to. Looks like a cool language. The characters. I'm guessing that's Japanese, but honestly, I don't know. And Arotoki sounds Japanese to me, so always wanted to go there. I agree. Let's start with the Curious Learner, and then we can go from there. There we go. Awesome. The translation's coming through. Once I'm making enough startup money, we can go to Japan. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Heard they had a good year for snow in the mountains for snowboarding this year and last year. So I want to check that out. Definitely want to check out Tokyo. One of my friends from my old neighborhood lives out there now. Can't remember what city. Definitely a place I want to check out. But you know, it's just a matter of time before the money comes through. Just gotta stay focused on what I do. I mean, I could go now, but I'm super locked in on this this business. It'd be very difficult to focus on work the way I'm trying to focus on it right now and travel. So, but you know, these are all systems, so I get these systems set up, get them all running through my phone with agents, and I mean, that's the goal: being able to run multiple businesses. Or be the CEO, just do the CEO work of multiple businesses and have the agents pretty much run everything else. And then I can just kind of like run it from my phone for the most part. Respect every time. Glad to pass on the inspiration. I definitely feel it. So good. Glad that you're in tune to the station. And, you know, if you have any questions, vibe coding, abundance mindset, mindsense major, business marketing, anything like that, let me know. This arc looks good to me. I guess, not really sure what you're saying about for second. Sounds like, I think for right now, I'm not like too concerned on like, you know, getting this perfect. So give me your best guess at what you think would be right for the feature mapping. You know, which essay, which calculator, which IE level lands on which stage. And then, you know, I can always like change that later. It's going to be like, you know, using analytics to see what's working right anyway. So let's just get this built out and not worry too much about the details. Alright, Claude Code, plan, mode, max effort. How you doing, Stoic? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for tuning in. You know it's time to win. Excellence. Why are you watching this? You're asking me. So, I might be the one to help you with an answer, but you know, sometimes we do things that we're just like called to, and it doesn't really make sense at the time. So if it doesn't make sense, just, sit back and relax your mind and tune in, and it's always time to win. Any questions you have, feel free to ask, and hopefully I can help you along your path. So, it's all about knowing yourself. What am I doing here with Claude Code? So yesterday I created I've got this Stackivate app, which is for beginner investors, or really anybody who wants to get better at investing. And the free tier is essentially like everything anyone would need to feel confident to start investing, like get people up to speed. And yesterday I created an onboarding, kind of like a quiz, to essentially like give people a different archetype based on like their personality, because I believe investing is not one size fits all. I feel like that's one of the major problems out here, is like everyone's trying to teach investing like it's the same for everybody. But I think, everybody's different. Everybody has different like strengths and weaknesses. Investing has helped me know myself much better over time, which also makes me a better investor. So it's like a loop. So I'm getting people in the right category from the start based on like where they are. And once yesterday I did that, so I get them in the category. So now I'm building out a specific path for each different category of people that come through, so that they'll learn in the right order based on where they're at. So I'm starting with the first subgroup of people, creating the path for them. And when this is done building, I can show you that specific path, which would be the first one that I built. Yes, I'm using Claude in the terminal and C Films. Respect every time. Welcome back to the chat. Hope you're doing good. Making major progress. Just started phase 5 yesterday, working on the next version of the Stackivate app. And made just talking about that quiz that I made yesterday. That's good to hear you're doing good. So Stoic has let me know the context file is getting bigger. Which context file, I guess, are you talking about? Are you talking about the context that this specific build in this specific terminal is using? Or like the entire project in regards to everything in the project, the context it would take to read everything in the project. And I do have databases. I do have a database built in. I have multiple projects. Like I have a marketing project for this app. That one has vector. This one has I can't remember exactly the name of this database that's within the actual app, but it's also like an external database as well. So I'm good for now on the database. And yesterday I did one of the biggest builds, if not the biggest build I've ever done in this project at one time, and managed to stay within 75% context. So I've gotten really good. That was something I focused on from the start, was managing tokens and managing context and creating a workflow that would do that. And I've never yet, never yet ran out of usage either, except for when I had the original like $20 Claude plan. But since then, I'm good with all that. But I have not heard of Memo to manage short-term memory, so I think I'm going to look into that. So you're talking about the entire project. And I'll get back to that once I'm done answering these questions so I can get this build going. This one, I think it's authenticated dashboard, but it might be both. I'm not sure, so I gotta get some advice from my senior dev planner and strategist, which is Claude LLM. That's what I was thinking, option one. So on that last question, I just picked option one, and I didn't paste in that that prompt you gave me. I don't know, it looks like maybe that has a little bit extra, but just know that might be something I need to paste in later. And looks like this last question, this is something I was kind of wondering about. You were mentioning articles that I don't think exist yet. So basically, I think what I want to do is like the path of least resistance to move forward, and then just remember that we have to create these specific articles later. And I don't know if this would be something like a blog to put onto the site, but we can figure that out. And it's all about my strategy right now is like, building fast, and can go back and like do more detailed about these individual things later, but I just want you to remember them. So I'm going to paste the question here. I think the answer is number one, but I just wanted to make sure before it started building. there wasn't a place for me to post in that prompt. So for now, just to remember, this is something I would need to add once we're done building the path for each one of these individual archetypes, because I'm guessing there will be more articles or something like that. So we'll just take care of all those at the end after the archetypes are built, and just keep that in your memory so that when we're done you can bring it back up. Welcome to the chat, Joker. That's funny. I never thought that I looked like that man, but I think it's funny mainly because your name is the Joker and he was the Batman. So thank you for making me laugh today. That was a good laugh. Got the Joker coming through telling me I look like the Batman. That is funny. I'm building version 1 of Stackivate. Stackivate is an investing education app platform. So, yesterday I built the onboarding process. Investing over the years has helped me know myself better. And as I knew myself better, I was able to create my own investing style. Little by little, I stopped listening to the experts, and now I just go with my own analysis. And I realized that, most people are pushed into like a box. So this onboarding is going to be asking people questions so that they can give them like a category based on, their traits. And right now what I'm doing is building out the first path for the first category. So today, basically, I'm going to be starting out by building out each individual path for each individual category of people, which will be different. So it's like, depending on your strengths and weaknesses and how you respond to the questions, you will get a different path of features to use and things to learn in like a different order. than someone else who has a different personality than you. So you can learn based on, your own strengths and weaknesses. And this is all free to use. So if you want to check out Stackivate, the link is in the description on YouTube and Twitch, or you can even Google Stackivate, like activate and stack. Right now, I'm just reading about having multiple databases with multiple AI agents. C Films was working on improving the code for the city-born athletes per sport databases. I think that's what you meant, database. That's cool. And definitely some cool athletes. Maybe even, I just had a thought right now, maybe even include athletes that have played in those cities, like, maybe Seattle Seahawks players. I know they got baseball, soccer's big out there. I would have to say Marshawn Lynch, probably my favorite all-time Seahawks player. So, that's good to know. People might look that stuff up when they're, visiting the city, and you could do some research into, maybe places they like to go in the city, stuff like that. Help with tourism. Oh, data visualizations. Okay. Making the code more scalable. I think that's kind of like scaffolding, if I'm correct. That's a good thing for me to, I'm going to look more into that once I'm done reading about this database stuff that I was looking at. Kind of like best practices for making code more scalable. So, kind of sum up what oh, here we go. Awesome. So having a master agent is like the higher self sees the whole picture, while like, you know, the niche agents could be known as lesser selves, focus on specific tasks. So by having one agent, I could move from, or having the one higher self agent takes me from managing all the different businesses to looking at it as like managing one empire. So scalable code is code that can grow with the project that I have to make no changes to or minimal adjustments to. That would go good with what I'm learning right now. So now I want to know about scalable code. Somebody from the chat just brought it up, and this sounds like a good time for this learning flow that it would fit in. So they're saying that it can grow with the project that I have to make no changes to or minimal adjustments to. So it sounds like, you know, it's like a way to write code or a certain structure of writing code. And then like, you know, like I'm building, like say this app right now. You know, I'm like I built the foundation. Now I'm starting to like scale things on top of it. And then I'll, you know, add more things to that. And even what we were just talking about with like these different agents that could run different like databases. Explain to me more about scalable code. Gemini saying it's the holy grail of engineering. So, like scalable code, if you're not using scalable code, every feature you add acts kind of like a Jenga block. The more you build on top of it, the more the whole tower becomes unstable. But it's explaining with scalable code, it's more like Legos. You could just snap new Lego pieces into place, and they stay stable pretty much no matter how high you build it. I mean, I guess as long as the foundation is right, you got the head cornerstones right. Relies heavily on a concept called loose coupling. Features shouldn't be hard coded into each other. There's a single responsibility principle, SRP. A rule that says a piece of code should do one thing and one thing only. So like one file shouldn't have multiple features. Should be like one feature per file. So here's a guru insight. Scalable code is like building joint mobility. Joint as in like, elbows, knees. If your body is rigid and stiff, like tightly coupled code, trying to do an activity that you like will likely cause injury. And if your joints or your code is aligned, independent, and flexible, your body adapts to any movement effortlessly. So another thing that was mentioned to me that I want to understand better is Notebook LLM. Just give me the rundown what that is, what it does. So Notebook LM is a free AI tool by Google that acts as a private localized research assistant. So this is interesting. ChatGPT Gemini pulls their answers from the internet, but Notebook LM is a closed system, a localized RAG system. So like, you would upload specific files, and then it's an AI that answers your question based on those specific files only, making it almost impossible for the AI to make things up. So that's interesting. I think that would make more sense for working on a project that you don't know very well, like for a topic you don't know very well. But I think, like, you know, doing this investing project, like, I know this well, so anytime it's like kind of like made something up, I recognize that and I can catch it from doing that. Can upload PDFs, markdown files, YouTube links. It'll read the transcripts. That's major. Oh, this is awesome. So like, I could have Notebook LM that would be like independent for each different business or project I'm working on. Uses Gemini 1.5 Pro architecture. So you can put in like a 500-page book. So it's most famous for the AI podcast feature, audio overviews. Generates an incredibly realistic deep dive conversation between two AI hosts discussing your notes. Even has an interactive mode where you can interrupt the host, ask a question, and they'll answer using your data before continuing. That's interesting because I've seen YouTube videos where they're like AI made, and it'll be like maybe like you know, a podcast of, say, like I'm trying to think of an example. You could have like a podcast between like George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, and like then the AI would like animate these people and they would be like having a conversation. So that's coming from Notebook LM. That's interesting, most likely. Video overviews and mind maps. So this would be good for YouTube videos. So Notebook LM is like a deep research chamber. Instead of letting AI guess answers from the internet, just feed it PDFs, docs, YouTube transcripts, behave like a private analyst that is 100% grounded in the data only. You can use it to generate deep dive content outlines, study guides, visual mind maps for any niche. So now that I think about it, it sounds like this might be what a lot of people use for creating content, especially on YouTube. The main thing I want to know more about first is you're talking about it can create like infographics, like video overviews and mind maps. So like I could essentially like, you know, give it like have information for whatever niche I'm working on, and it'll have that information, and I could tell it like I'm doing creating a piece of content about like a certain topic, and then it could create these visual aids for the marketing. Help me understand this better. Let me know if there's anything I don't seem to understand right. So for generating mind maps, it would basically create a visual branching tree diagram of any topic. It could group raw text into clickable nodes like main ideas. Then you can take a screenshot of a mind map or export it to use a graphic in a blog post and newsletter. Slide in a YouTube video shows the audience a clear macro level look at a complex topic. Infographics. Instead of hiring a designer or spending hours on Canva, you could ask the studio panel to generate an infographic. Can choose between 10 visual styles depending on the niche's target audience. This is going to make all my content so much better. All right. Looks like the build is done. And I'm thinking mean, to test it, I would have to like go through the quiz, answer the questions right to get this archetype, then create a new email address for each one. So I'm thinking like it'd probably be much easier to create something in the code that can let me on the admin dashboard select between the different archetypes to test them out. So that's probably the next thing I would do. I'm wondering what the context is after this build too. %63%, so definitely would need to do a new window for that. Alright, so I'm at 63% context right now. I totally agree the next step should be to build that dev server or whatever you would call it, that toggle for the admin toggle, so that I can switch in between the different archetypes to check out the pass. So if you think there's enough context left on this chat window right now to build that, go ahead and create the prompt and I can build it. Otherwise, let me know if you think I should start a new terminal. So there's Notebook LM, cinematic video overviews. This is where the platform shifts into a true content engine. Google uses its native video image models like Imagen, not sure, and VO behind the scenes. Takes your research documents, writes a script, and stitches together animations and rich visuals to dictate a story. So for marketing, you can generate a short, highly engaging visual video explaining a concept from your niche, download it, and upload it straight to whatever marketing source you want to put it on. This is major. Could do interactive slide decks and presentations. And if you didn't even want to create the content, like, you know, with yourself, you could just use like HeyGen or what's it called for the voice? 11 Labs. You just get a voice from 11 Labs. But I think doing authentic content is going to do better every time. I think my strategy is like, you know, using AI to make authentic content better instead of just making content with 100% AI, because I've tried both, and 100% AI content understandably does not do that well. I mean, I notice in some niches it's starting to do a little bit better, but it's still not as good as like good quality authentic content, I believe. So in the past, you had to strain to produce content, manual writing, manual designing. With this Notebook LM, practicing Wu Wei, effortless action, doing the high level alignment by gathering great sources. You let the technology manifest the form. I'm not sure which niche I would do, but help me understand. So say like, if I got Notebook LM, would I have like multiple accounts and then just do like one account for each niche? Or does it have it to where you can have like one account, you can like have multiple projects, each doing a different niche? You only need one account. They have different project structures. Each project is a notebook. Can have up to 100 separate notebooks on the free tier, to 500 on the paid tiers. So it looks like this is done with the build. Just reading through, and it sounds like I'm just a little bit confused on like how it works. I think what it's saying is like it's dev only. meaning like it only works in the dev server. But the main thing I don't understand is like it should only work when I'm on the admin account, which I guess would only be if I'm using the dev server. And it's saying it could add, you know, some more code to make it so it would work. You know, if I signed into it, I guess like on the actual site into like my main admin account. But you know, I guess like that wouldn't hurt, but like I don't need it yet. So I'm gonna paste the results. Let me know what you think about that and anything else that you noticed. And if you're just tuning in, it's time to win. Make sure to like up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. Always feel free, questions and comments. Getting better every day, only competing with myself. It's abundance. It's enough out here for everybody. The universe and creation will provide. Just focus on provide value. Provide as much value as you can. And the karmic forces will work in your favor. Everything looks good to me on the dashboard. So you can't really see, because, you know, this is just the dashboard, what it looks like. I would have to, like, if you wanted to actually see, like, each step, I'd have to, like, go through this whole mission for this archetype. Maybe I'll do that at the end of the build, but I just want to get this build part done, and then I can, most likely do that later, would make more sense. Alright. Alright, so it's working. I went through, I'm looking at Curious Learner, and I'm looking at the dashboard, took a screenshot. I mean, you know, it's not really like showing much that I'd have to be able to, like, you know, go through that whole mission for that archetype to understand everything. And I'm not going to do that right now, but what I'm thinking is, like, I'm going to commit this right now, push it to GitHub. And I'm guessing it's probably a good time to do a quick audit with Codex. So if you agree, let me know. And then also, you know, make sure everything looks good on the screenshot. I think it does. Create that prompt for the Codex audit. I'll run that through, and then I can start a new context window to start the next archetype. Just noticed your comment C films. Still refactoring code to improve the maintainability and scalability of the cfilms.com website. There you go. Just did a refactor like 2 days ago on marketing dashboard. So I'm guessing you noticed in the refactor C films in the Seattle athletes born data DataVis code, one of the queries you were using was in the code 4 times. So you were able to find those repeats and get rid of them. That is definitely one good reason to do a refactor. Catches stuff like that. Just like the audit I just did. So basically, like these archetypes, I've got different ones, and I did the easiest one first, like the beginner one. That's gonna have the most I don't know the best way to say it, the most content right now that's available on the site. So I wired it up essentially to do that beginner archetype for the journey, and that's kind of like the foundation for all the other archetypes, like the way it wired it. So I realized it was super important to do an audit now to catch anything that was wrong with that, which I did catch some major things that come down to the foundation. So if I did not catch those now and do that audit, then the next archetype journeys I would have built on top of that foundation, using that foundation, would have carried over those same problems. And I would have done an audit sooner or later, but then it would have had more fixes. So now it'll make that fix now, and it should make it so like it'll fix it so like when I build the next archetype, it won't make that mistake again. So getting a lot better at knowing, like, the right times to do audits, do a refactor, understanding the scaffolding is key. Then I'm doing this research on the Notebook LM on the side. So I could run everything from one master account with Notebook LM using isolated notebooks for each niche. That way the data stays within each notebook for each niche. You can use source folders inside the notebooks to organize the research. Add a master index to orchestrate the whole map. That'll make it cleaner, centralized, and highly scalable. So this is like having one temple with different rooms. Temple being the account, the rooms being the notebooks, dedicated to different practices. Set up one room for one business, another room for another business. That is the way to go. The business mansion. That'll be the future. No more downtown. No more downtown skyscraper business, commercial real estate. Can just build a Zen mansion fortress out in the mountains, by the ocean, whatever it might be, in nature, for the vibes of creation. And then you just have like one room for each different business. Or as it grows, you could have like one wing of the mansion for each different business. But essentially, I mean, you wouldn't need employees to be there. Like, you'd have all the AI employees running it for the most part. You could have like one employee, maybe one or two employees that kind of manage the AI stuff that's not going to be crucial to the CEO work. But they wouldn't need to be there on site. Like, they could be wherever they wanted to be. That's the future that I see. The business mansion. All right. So C-Films, if you're still watching, I don't know if you tried this Notebook LM, but that seems to fit perfectly with, I think, what you're talking about with data visualizations. And it's free. It's through Google. Didn't really look into how you could migrate the data visualizations to your site. I feel like it's got to be possible. All right, on to the next topic. Somebody asked me to check out Replit. Never used it before. Give me a rundown of what Replit does. It's one of the biggest names in the vibe coding revolution. Sometimes it takes a revolution to find a solution, to cut through the illusion and the confusion. It's an entire software development company packed inside a single browser tab. But like, if you have a current setup where you use separate tools for coding, databases, and deployment, Replit combines everything into one cloud-based sandbox. Wow. You do not chat with Replit just to get code snippets. You talk to the Replit agent in plain English, and it builds the software autonomously. So you could say like, build me a Python backend that connects to Exa and pulls Reddit data. So this would basically be like a competitor to like Claude or Codex. Sounds like it does more. The main thing I'm wondering is like, what's the quality of the code it's writing compared to Claude? So it can split a big job into pieces. It will deploy one sub-agent to design your front end, another to set up your database, and a third to code the security middleware, all running simultaneously. Now it has a Figma style canvas. While the agent's writing the backend logic, you can visually tweak layouts, hover states, and buttons directly on the screen. Converts the visual design straight into production code. So far, I mean, it's not doing anything new that anything else is not doing. It's just like combining to do all these things in one place, it sounds like. How you doing, Javi D? Good to see you. Got the shades on tonight. Feeling all right. I would have to say all is well. Hope everything is well with you too. So what's on the agenda for today? So, yesterday I started phase 5, which is Stackivate version 1. Started with onboarding. Believe investing is not one size fits all. Investing's everyone kind of like makes their own style based on their own characteristics. Investing has helped me know myself a lot better through time. So essentially, built that onboarding flow. Breaks people into archetypes depending on how they answered the questions. So now I'm building unique dashboard experiences for each different archetype. The main thing is what I'm doing right now with the dashboard is like the path that it takes each different persona, archetype, person on is going to be different for each different archetype. So I just did the first one, running an audit on that, or I ran the audit on that. Now I'm fixing the issues with the audit, and then I'll be building the second archetype path. So doing some big things, making big progress. And also on the side, was learning about that Notebook LM and found some really awesome features on it that would help with marketing a lot. So gonna implement some of those. And I'm looking into Replit right now. REPLIT. Just came out with this Agent 4 engine. Trying to understand that better. Like parallel subagents, infinite design canvas, multi-language depth. How about you? What you working on? Thank you for the compliment. When I do watch the other vibe coding channels, I don't stay long. Maybe I watch them for like 5 or 10 minutes here and there. But it's I'm starting to catch up. Most of the times, these guys I think are better developers than me. They've been in the game longer. So a lot of what they're doing just kind of doesn't make sense to me. But I know you understand this developing stuff better than I do. So coming from you, that definitely is good to hear. And I feel like focus is a skill. Anyone can get better at it over time. And I've definitely noticed I remember, I think you're a mountain biker too. I feel like things like mountain biking especially is like, man, talk about learn to focus on one thing, like your life depends on it. That's mountain biking right there. So yeah, definitely building that skill and getting better. Minor tweaks to the coding, honing in on the enduring things that are flowing. No doubt. And it's good to be knowing that we're at the beginning of this phase, and it's like the first inning, and I know by the 9th that we will definitely be winning, whenever that will be. But I mean, as far as I can see, just gotta stick with this stuff and keep getting better and stay on the cutting edge of the technology. And obviously, learning the biology, and nothing can be stopping once we get there. Once we we're the OGs in the game, in the vibe coding and the agentic orchestration. So definitely good to have everybody on this station. So I've made it out a few times this season, and it sounds like the weather out there on the East Coast isn't so good yet. But you know, this is really my favorite. I think the best time of the year for mountain biking before the bugs get out. You know, it's not really really humid yet. Temperature's right. Doesn't have all the leaves and stuff like in your face yet. Can see like the views better. Fall is nice, but then you got all those leaves on the trail. Summer's like hot and buggy usually, so unless you're like way up in the mountains or in the desert, but mountain biking in the desert in the summertime, not such a good idea. So C films, a lot of the streams in the software and game development category are game development streams. That's interesting. So I don't think I've really seen any of those. I think it must be that the algorithm YouTube is showing me. I haven't really seen much on Twitch, but for YouTube, they're just mainly showing me. I've seen maybe like 3 or 4 different vibe coding channels that are all vibe coding businesses. But I'm guessing from what I know about Twitch, it's more of like a gaming streaming platform. So I could imagine that a lot of people on there are building games, and that's cool. But that's not really my thing. I'm not really into video games. I used to play a lot of the Mortal Kombat and the Mario, but as I got older, kind of video games like phased out. Definitely like chess though. Chess is like the video game version I play on the app. Well, I was hoping I could finish this audit without compacting a conversation. Got to the last 2 steps and it compacted it. But I mean, that was pretty close, so definitely need to make sure I start a new conversation before I start the next part of the build. But it's perfect timing for that. So C-Film saying most of the software and game development streams you watch are not game dev streams. That's good to hear. Sounds like, yeah, you're more of like the website builder. You're on like the movies and the entertainment. And that would be an awesome niche to really get good at. And if I were in your position, I think you're doing the right thing. You're focusing just on like one region first. Like you're focusing on Pacific Northwest, and you can really like become like the lead in that niche. And then from there, once you have the audience, it would be super easy to branch out. Whereas if you tried to, focus on just like the entire entertainment niche, like movies and stuff for, like say like North America or something, I think you would find it like a much more difficult mountain to climb, much more competition. You know, build your audience in that sub niche, and then branch out. I think is a good strategy, and that's awesome too. Because I mean, you know, once you do, you've got a lot of opportunities, man. Like you could probably get, you know, get into all the new movie premieres, get all kinds of like, you know, promo, like sideline sports event tickets. Man, sky's the limit with that. So that is an awesome niche, awesome entertainment niche to be building in. So Montana's next. Okay. I've only really drove through Montana. Definitely I love the mountains, but the one thing that like scares me the most of like nature is grizzly bears. And I know those guys are out in Montana pretty heavy. And I've seen so many mountain biking videos of people mountain biking through Montana, and you just come around a corner quick and one's just like standing right there, and seeing people getting chased. There's that one like viral video, that guy getting chased on his mountain bike with a grizzly bear in Montana. And I saw that and I was like, man, I'm never mountain biking in Montana. But snowboarding, I could do that because those guys are hibernating in the wintertime. Montana seems like a cool place though. So then I was looking at like how Replit compares to Claude Code and Obsidian. Javi's like, we got the Karens here to be afraid of. Oh man, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. One time I was out around like Boulder, Colorado, and out with like a new group I'd never been with, doing a mountain biking ride on a new trail. And we stopped to take a break, and one of the guys came over and he's like, be careful coming out here early in the morning because there's a lot of cougars out here. And I was like, you talking about the animals or the people? And we both just like couldn't stop laughing. He's like, actually, there's a lot of both. And I was like, all right, no taking. I'll avoid coming out here in the morning then. Welcome to the chat, average person. Welcome back. Are we there yet? Feel like the journey never ends. You know? Life is a journey. And a quote from the man Buju Banton, life is a journey. So stay on the journey and be careful so that you don't gain the world and lose your soul. So you know, can't get distracted by the money goal. Gotta stay on the journey. Stay on the path of providing value. It's a never-ending story. So Javi's saying he's afraid of Replit because of the tokens. That's something good. I definitely need to ask about that then, because so far what I've been reading it doesn't mention anything about tokens. I'm just reading right now about like how it compares compares to Claude Code. Looks like the main thing is Replit's on the cloud in your browser, and Claude is on the local machine, like the VS Code. You get better control with Claude. Replit's automated more, so the agent takes over more choices. Hosting manually, whereas like Replit, hosting's built in. And then it looks like too, for like me building on stream, that would be super risky to use Replit. Seems like it shows like internal logs and stuff when you're building. Awesome, so this is done. Alright, so first give me a prompt to do the commit, and I did not commit anything yet, so this would be the commit for like this part of the build plus the audit, and then I'll push it. Or you can even just include the push in the prompt, I guess. Average person, there's a bug on the website. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see. I guess if you could let me know about the bug, then I could fix it. It could also be, well, actually, no, I was thinking maybe because I'm working on it right now, but I have not like pushed anything new yet today. So no, I appreciate you finding that, definitely. Let me know about that bug, and then you know, any questions you have that I could help you with, feel free, and I'll do my best. So you can't change the stock purchase input digit from 1 nor remove it. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. I'm guessing that's on the time machine part. You are right. Thank you for that. I got the first bug that I found. So yeah, I can only like add zeros. But like if I could only buy like 1 or 10 or 100, but I couldn't buy like 7 or something like that. Do I have clarity set up? No, I don't know what that is. So I'll take a note right now to look at that next. For to review session recordings. Awesome. And that just made me have a good thought. Like I was thinking about like how to do some way to do like giveaways for this project for the paid tier. And I should look into see if I can do some kind of thing where like if people find a bug, then like they would get like a free week on the paid tier or something like that. So I'm gonna take that note down too. Microsoft product, totally free, records the user's sessions for you and a heat map. Oh, I see, like the user session on the website. I do have something that does that. I'm not sure if it's clarity, but now I understand what that does much better. And I'm gonna take a note on if I do that with the if I do that giveaway thing where I have people find a bug and then I give them like a free week or something, I'll definitely I'm gonna take a note. Average person, if you see me that I'm talking about like a giveaway where I give away the like a free week or something like that to the paid tier for finding bugs, just remind me that you found that one bug. my marketing strategy so far, basically, so I'm building out, I already built version 1 of the marketing dashboard. I have a dashboard that right now basically starting out by finding out where the users, my target market, first I did like the all the research for like target market, marketing strategy, stuff like that, the real basic stuff. Started out by finding out, like the main place that they stay for this niche is basically Reddit. Started out on collecting observations and starting conversations with my target market on Reddit. So on the dashboard, I can collect observations and conversations. I created a feature that can automatically extract from conversations like the pain points, the user segment, quotes, stuff like that are super like valuable for marketing. That feeds into finding new features for the app, making existing features better, and also creating marketing content. And I'll create the marketing content is also going to give me, analytics on what's working for that, what kind of features are getting more engagement marketing wise. So then that feeds into helping me like, make features on the app better. And doing just overall internet searches for what's going on over the entire niche, learning from that, basically trying to create a loop. So the marketing data feeds into making the app better, and then the data that I get from the app, like we were just talking about with the recording a user session for like heat maps and stuff, then that helps me get better marketing content based on that stuff. So I'm creating basically like a loop that it like the app makes the marketing system better, and the marketing system makes the app better. And if you have any more specific questions about that, feel free to ask. And I'll be doing definitely more, I wasn't really sure how this would all play out. At first I thought like I would just build the app, then build a marketing system, then build like maybe like a CRM system. But now I realized, it was more like build the MVP of the app, build version 1 of the marketing system, then go back and build like what I'm doing now, version 1 of the app. Then I'll probably go back and build like version 2 of the marketing system. And I think that's how it'll play out, because it doesn't make sense to do the CRM yet, where I originally kind of thought it would. I would need to get like better marketing data first to do that. All right, so it just came to my attention that there is a bug on the time machine feature on the free tier. So where you can click the amount of a stock you want to buy, it says 1, but you can only add zeros or other numbers to that. You can't delete that 1 to make it, like a different number, I guess. So let me know if you can find that bug and fix it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome back. Feel like I remember you from before, so got a lot in store. Doing pretty good. Just finished the first archetype dashboard journey. And just fixing a bug real quick that somebody in the chat found. And then I will be building out the second archetype journey. Just started version 1 of Stackivate yesterday. Built out an onboarding quiz. It's basically an app for investment education. Built out an onboarding quiz so that people get the correct education based on their personality. Because I think marketing is not marketing. I think investing is not one size fits all. That's usually how it's taught. I think the more I invest, the more I know myself better. And the more I know myself better, the more I start to have my own investing strategy. So this is a tool that's going to be able to help people learn investing and then help them develop their own strategy that works best for them. And the entire free tier is I'm making like the best free tier out there that basically has like more than any other free tier. So like people could come on the free tier and get everything they need to learn investing. And then the paid tier is going to be more like journaling and coaching to help you get better in real time for real-time investing. So you can like actually like manage. You wouldn't be able, it's not like an exchange where you'd have money and make buys and sells on the actual app, but it'll have all the information so you could do it there. And then then you can just actually like make the buy or sell in a different exchange, and probably even find a way to do an API so you could just like migrate those features to any exchange. Alright, so I just did a bug fix real quick right after this was done that someone brought to my attention, and after the bug fixed it mentioned something about a 503 error, and that it was from the audit that was just done. So I'm going to paste that here. Doesn't make 100% sense to me, but it looks like something that I should probably take care of right now. Let me know what you think. So if you're still there, Dazun Samarakun, are you a developer? Are you a marketer, business? Always interested in what kind of projects people are working on. And let me know if you have specifically any kind of business or marketing questions. I could probably help you there the most. I have not done the database stuff yet for this. I think what you were saying was it was okay to wait until after the stream to do the database stuff. So I still gave it that prompt to have it look into it, but while I'm streaming right now, I'm not gonna pull up the database stuff. I'll wait till afterwards for security reasons. Give thanks for life and spring water and health and strength. Got the ITEL organic foods and the spring water. The foundation for regulation. So if you're just tuning in and you know it's time to win, like up the like button. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. And always feel free. Any comments or questions can help to steer you in the right directions. So I was looking into Replit. It's an absolute beast for rapid prototyping. With the new Agent 4, I can use parallel subagents to build a full stack Python and TypeScript application in minutes. Looking at it as more of like an R&D lab. I could let the Replit agent spin up quick MVPs and then pull the best code into my local secure architecture to scale it. It's the ultimate speed advantage. So it's kind of like another way to look at it. It's like a high-speed studio where everything is provided for you. It's perfect for testing out a new sequence quickly. But where like Claude Code is like more like a home studio. Where it's easier to keep things like organized the way you want it. Replit's going to be, Claude Code is going to be, or like, Codex is going to be more custom. Replit's going to be more difficult to customize things, but for doing like quick MVP ideas, I think in the future, that seems to be the best use case for what I'm doing. I wouldn't want to like build out a whole project with Replit. It sounds like main reason is that the security for like doing stuff on stream, but also it wouldn't be as custom. I'm about to paste the results from that last prompt, and basically you can see at the end of the results it seems like maybe it only did 2 out of 4 steps. I've never really seen it leave 2 steps like that. Not sure if like what's up with that, but I'll paste it here. Let me know what you think. Oh, I see. I gotta create the dashboard. Gotta do that dashboard stuff, and then it can finish the last 2 steps. That makes sense. Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is that you're saying I should do this stuff with the database first before I start the next archetype, which is Steady Saver. I'm wondering, could I just build Steady Saver, and then after the stream we can just do all the database stuff? So what I'm thinking is just remember the stuff that needs to be done with the database, and then like with Claude Code after I do it on the database for after the stream, and then for right now before I start the new context window, let me know if you think it's better to give it a prompt to give it the information that you need before I start a new context window or after. Okay, so to understand Replit better, it sounds like it's not as customizable as Claude Code. It can work faster, but the main thing I don't want to build with it on stream because of security risks. Other than that, what do you think about the, I guess the next question I have is, what do you think about the coding ability of Replit compared to like a Claude Code? Does Replit use like its own coding agent? Or is it like a system where you can hook in, like, you know, say I want to use Claude or Codex with Replit? Help me understand this. So Replit is powered primarily by Anthropic Claude Sonnet models. But also it's Replit is faster for a quick build, but Claude Code gives you vastly deeper customization and control. Claude is much better suited for long-term scalability. But Replit also uses Claude. So, must be because of the model. I'm thinking because it's using Sonnet. So the design part is done by Google Gemini. The coding is done by Claude Sonnet. The speed layer uses Gemini 1.5 Flash for quick autocompletes and inline chat answers. Because Replit is entirely cloud-based, you can connect outside AI systems like GPT, Claude, or Gemini. However, you cannot easily hook Claude Code the command line tool into the replit. Oh, I see. It uses Claude, but not Claude Code. Okay, that makes sense. Why? All right. Trying to use Claude Code inside Replit is like trying to drive a car inside an airplane. Man, I never tried that. Coding ability. Replit has full autonomy. It's like an independent freelancer that makes decisions, creates files, runs automated browser tests without you. Claude Code is like the human in the loop. Asks for permission, reviews specific blocks, adapts to your exact commands. That's why it's way more customized and better quality code, mainly, I think, is the main thing. All right, I got the results. So I'm going to paste them here. Then I'm going to start a new context window or terminal. And basically, if you can create a prompt that just includes everything you need from what I'm pasting here, do that. But if you need me to paste this exact result with your prompt, let me know. I am picking up from a previous session. I want to design the steady saver archetype path as a subsetting exercise from the Curious Learner template. Full context briefing is below. Once you've read it, propose a stage structure for steady saver and we'll iterate. So I didn't close down the last terminal, so I could still go back to that, and then if you want to give me a prompt to do that commit and push, I can do that there. Let me know if I can do that while Claude is working on this prompt at the same time, or if I should wait till it's done with this one. So just curious, why did you have me have Claude Code copy those files and then give them to you and then just like copy them back into a new terminal? Couldn't I have just told the new terminal to like access those files? That seems like it's redundant to me. Help me understand why you had me do it like this, the way you did. Okay, so after reading all this, basically the main thing is that like the time machine, it's like wired that it just goes to like random years, and it doesn't tell you what year it is. So it's not always going to be a crash. I mean, some years were bull runs, so I guess you'd have to like try it a few times until you like landed on a crash, unless there would be some way for that specific like part that it could like direct it to a year where there was a crash. I don't know, let me know what you think, and then just give me a prompt that I can give to Claude to get Claude Code to get the other information that you need. Or if you think it's possible, you know, we could just write a full prompt to do the build. Let me know what you think. Welcome to the chat. What am I doing? I'm building vibe coding, agentic orchestration, building the Stackivate app, building out version 1, just recently released the MVP. I made an onboarding section so that people can get specified learning experience based on their personality. So right now I'm building out the different paths that people would get based on their personality test results. And it's an investment education app. No, it's not about trading. It's about investing. Although, I mean, like my path was I learned investing, and after I got good at investing, then I started like trying out trading. Now I'm starting to get kind of decent with trading, but I don't really do it that much. But I think like if someone didn't understand investing and they just tried to start trading, that would probably not work out very well. So I mean, essentially this would be like if someone wanted to learn trading, this would be like a very good first step to take just to learn investing. But nothing here is specifically teaching people about how to trade. It's just about how to invest. So you think trading is the best way to turn a small amount of money into a few million? Investing is the best way to turn a million into many millions. Well, I would agree. Maybe not the best way, but I think that the way you have it structured is yes. Investing is going to take, unless you get very lucky, is going to take a long time to turn a small amount of money into many millions. Well, not even very lucky, just some luck you could do that. But what I've noticed in my research is that most people that want to learn investing, they don't want to trade. Trading is a lot more difficult than it looks. Most people who trade fail. Most people who want to invest are scared off by trading stuff. Most of the tools that exist right now online are for traders. There's a big opportunity for investing content. So I'm focused on investors, you know, and it's kind of like a funnel. Like I'm bringing people in. Trading could be better, and trading could be better for something later, like maybe even a different project. You're saying the sound has not worked. Check it. Okay, now you're seeing it's working. So welcome to the chat. Our manual, respect every time, and respect to MKF Gaming too. Recognizing, yes, that is true. Yeah. BRB. Also, somebody in the comments mentioned that Replit burns a lot more tokens. So, do you know, is that true? It burns a lot more tokens than like a Claude Code or a Codex. Wow, yeah, Replit. Replit can cost $20 to $50 just for a single coding session. If the agent makes a mistake and tries to fix itself over and over, definitely would feel it. And because it's using the like lower models, then it's more likely to make mistakes. So Replit is not for me. Maybe I could find a few use cases for it, but it doesn't seem like it's worth it. Thought it was still riding the plan, but it actually did the whole build. That's awesome. Well, almost, just as a question. Alright, changing topic. So basically somebody from the chat was telling me that with OpenAI that the token usage zeroes out each week or each month. I can't remember if they said week or month. But basically what they said, well, I think this was like for an API, that if you put like $20 in and you only use $19, that the next week it automatically refreshes to $20 and you don't have to pay that $20. And this sounded kind of odd to me. So I just thought I would check with you. Let me know what you think, if this is true. Yeah, right. So I think this person just got rate limits confused with wallet balance. Next thing I want to know about is LangChain. Give me a rundown about LangChain. The grandfather framework of the AI revolution. Welcome to the chat. Christian, close to 1 million. Yes, I'm at $0, so that is very close. I think I'm not so close to 10 million, but much closer to 1 million than I am to 10 million. So I would say that's close. Just got to bridge the gap. Mindset is the key. It's all abundance. I would have to say though, I've been an entrepreneur for about 15 years, and every business I've done that's been successful has taken at least like 6 months before it really starts like generating like any kind of substantial income. Yes, right now the bank account is zero, but soon it will be stacking up zeros. So just got a few more to go and I'll be there. So it'll happen quick. It'll just take a while to get going, and then once it gets going, it'll just be like more and more exponentially. Working on the Stackivate app right now, version 1. Just got done with version 1 of the marketing dashboard engine for this app. So the better the marketing, the better the app gets. The better the app gets, the better the marketing gets. It's all a loop. So just coding and reading about different coding aspects. Right now I'm reading about LangChain. Its biggest superpower is that it treats all LLMs exactly the same. Not sure what that means, but I'm about to figure it out. Oh, I get it. They're talking about APIs for LLMs. So like if you got an API in your project for one LLM and like a new one drops and it's better or cheaper, it's much easier to migrate with this LangChain. It's a toolkit of modular pieces you can chain together. Okay. Yeah, this definitely sounds like OpenRouter. And I see you're a founder too. That's awesome. What do you do? What kind of niches do you work in? If you want, I can help give you some advice on like marketing or business stuff, or can what would the word be? Cooperate and help each other. It's all about unification on this station. So each one teach one. So that would definitely be the next question to look up when I get back to that, is what's the difference between LangChain and OpenRouter? What I'm reading so far, maybe it's like easier to switch between different models with LangChain, but Still got more research to do. You have more products, but you decided to close some of them. I hear you. That is, I would have to say that is my biggest struggle as an entrepreneur, founder, business person, is having too many good ideas. And I've known over the years that the more you scatter your focus, the less you accomplish. Best to have laser focus, build one thing at a time. And now AI is getting so much better. It's like all the ideas that I had on backlog. I'm still working on them one at a time, but you know, can build systems so I can basically like have systems running multiple businesses, and that's where I'm going with this, I think. So are you like a developer? Were you like a developer that became an entrepreneur? Or were you more like an entrepreneur that became a developer? Okay. For me, it was the opposite. I'm just learning developing, and I've been learning the marketing and the business for many years. Marketing being my favorite part of business for sure. I'm just like super interested into learning like marketing psychology, marketing, just anything about marketing. Thank you. It's the allergy season. So yes, I would think first marketers I really learned from were like, I think like Brian Tracy was one of the first ones. Frank Kern, Russell Brunson, David D'Angelo, made the mistake of wanting to scale more 4 or 5 years ago and accepted some investors into the company and hired about 10 people. So what's the main reason you see that as a mistake, that you just lost like control of the business through the investors? I would say the biggest mistake I made when my first business took off was taking too much profit and not putting the majority of profits back into the business. So looking back, I would have grown like so much faster, but I just didn't see it at the time. So you're saying 50 to 60K a month plus revenue, and your only profit was 1 to 2K a month for the first 1 to 2 years. I guess the main things I'm wondering is like, what niche were you in? What was like, kind of like, you don't have to go into detail, but just like what kind of like business was it, and what like where was the mistake that you felt like? Was it I guess the main thing I think you're saying is you felt like you scaled too early. So I'm guessing like you didn't really need those investors. You could have kept more of the equity in the company and just waited longer before you started scaling. Okay. Yes, that is very common. I see. I mean, just that Shark Tank show is like perfect example. When I watch Shark Tank, I feel like the majority of the people on there do not need to make those deals. They go on there, and I think just being on the show probably gives their business more marketing and exposure. And right there is like, they could just go on the show and just like give out a really high offer that no one's gonna like take, and maybe someone takes it, but if not, I would just that's what I would do. I would be like, yeah, like the highest offer, and you only get like 10% equity, and they'd all be like, no way, that's crazy. And I'd be like, well, my business is too good, like I'm not gonna do anything less. And they'd like all decline me, but then I'd be on the show and I'd get the marketing. But so many people on there are like begging for these deals, and I'm just sitting there like, you do not need to do that. Just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you will be fine. But that is definitely a common trap. So you had a lot of employees that you had to teach for months and ask them to do their job, and every month there was a lot of stress in paying the salaries. So I mostly worked with freelancers, mainly for that reason. The freelancers that I worked with, I probably have hired like 1 to 200 different freelancers, and the first 50 like was like the learning experience. So many of them did not work out. The majority of them did not work out. I kept people on way too long when they didn't work out, and just kept giving them more and more chances. They'd always give me excuses. Next time, there was this time, this reason, but next time, I'll do it better, I promise. And it's the same story every time. And then I got better at like, recognizing that kind of thing, and just basically not keeping people around after they prove themselves to be not a good employee. And then I started like recognizing the better employees and getting much better at like giving them better work and paying them more to keep them. So I've definitely learned a lot from that. Hey, now that it's AI, I mean, I feel like it's all about building the AI agent employees, and instead of a department with head of a department like manager, and then having like 10 to however many employees, you can just have a department run by AI and just one person to manage it. And the way this looks like in the future, 5 to 10 years from now, you wouldn't even need that one person to manage it. I guess you could if you wanted to, but it would not be necessary. Just have the agent manage the agents. So they had you just do the dev, and then the employees did everything else. But I mean, it sounds like you were also managing the employees. So you had to do dev and manage the employees and do things like payroll. As things stand, do you think agents will become more and more expensive? There's a lot of people that believe they will get cheaper over time. However, I think that if you built your own agent, then I think it will get cheaper over time. But if you buy like a custom agent from like a business that's like selling agents, I think they will become more expensive over time. That definitely sounds like your investors should have stepped in and helped you more. Not sure like what the deal was and everything, but that sounds strange because like your investors should want you to succeed, and unless they were like naive and new to business, that wouldn't make sense that they like set you up to fail like that. Well, I mean, not necessarily. I don't know that it was a failure. It just sounds like the way you're framing it that it like didn't work out right, that you made the mistake of doing that. But sounds like your investors should have set you up to like not have you trying to do everything like that. They realized after you wanted to leave, but it was too late. Kind of, I'm wondering maybe your investors, I mean, business can be kind of cutthroat. I've seen a lot of stuff, and maybe your investors kind of set you up to fail like that, not realize they knew that like, you know, you wouldn't be able to do that, and then they could like, you know, you just want to get out and then probably sell at like a low price if they brought it up at the right time. But I don't know, that's just kind of a scenario I've definitely seen before. That and a lot of people that try to do business deals with like equity only. That's where I see the most people get caught in bad situations where people are like, yeah, you know, I can't pay you right now, but we can give you equity, and then like you come on as this like role, and I'd say the majority of those situations I've seen don't end well. Push to GitHub. But it sounds like, hey, you know, that's business though. You know, you make mistakes and you learn from it, and then you get better, and then you come back and you build the next one better from everything that you learned. I mean, that's so many different things in business that at the time it felt like, you know, that was the worst thing that could happen. But I mean, looking back now, like all that was just preparing me to make something bigger and better businesses, learning from my mistakes. So I mean, just look at it as all as a learning opportunity. Now, you did that. Now you can build the next one better. And we're right now. I think we're like really in the early stages of this. Like this is so early. We're gonna be we just gotta stick with this right now. Stay consistent, keep learning, stay up to date with all the new updates and everything like that. And in like a year, 2 years max, we'll be the ones on top of this game. And I'm betting on this. I'm betting on this trend right now. Alright, so Claude did the commit and the push. Now it's giving me like the prompt, the auto prompt. It's saying now design the pragmatic planner path. So do you think I should just have Claude design that, or do you think I should plan with you first? Too late to turn back now. Already all in on this. Yes, I can tell you what I'm developing. It is called Stackivate. It is a investor education platform. And looks like you're on Twitch. The link should be on Twitch. Otherwise you could just Google. It's like activate and Stackivate. And if you want to check it out, let me know what you think. That would be awesome. And if you have any projects you're working on that you want me to take a look at and give you my opinion on, let me know, and I would do the same thing. Yes, and feel like it's awesome so far, and this is just the beginning. Still got a long way to go. It's only going to get a lot better. I'm going to have that free tier be like everything someone needs to learn investing. You're saying newbies. So essentially, this could be for anybody. So I get value out of it, mainly the paid tier. The main thing in the paid tier is the automatic journaling, including AI coaching. And it's like live paper trading it's called. It's not actually trading. Paper trading means like investing with fake money. So when you make a buy or a sell, it asks you a few questions and then automatically logs a journal entry each time. And then over time, the AI gets better at understanding your style, recognizing patterns, where you make mistakes, what you're good at, and it will help coach you to basically like find the best investment style that works best for you and your personality. And the free tier brings people on through an onboarding, kind of like a questionnaire that will basically put you in a category based on like, a few simple things. And then it takes you to a personalized dashboard based on what archetype you get and takes you on a path that should work best for your specific personality to learn investing through that path. And then it'll have, it's still in the works, but I want to have it so it has like everything you'd need to learn investing, and it walks you through the path so that you can learn it for free. And then once you learn it, then the paid tier would be to actually start practicing it in real time. And you could just like do it with fake money in real time, or you could also be like, using fake money on the site and then going to an actual exchange and then buying and selling with real money. So there are some gamified features on it right now. And the main one, my favorite feature, is the time machine. So you'll see the time machine on the free tier, and essentially what it does is it drops you into a random year in the stock market. Doesn't tell you what year it is, so like, if you knew it was like 2008, then you knew like that would be a market crash year. The market's gonna crash. But it lets you pick from like the top stocks, and essentially you can pick what you want to buy and fast forward, a week, a month, or like the whole year just in a click. And then it tells you how your investments did compared to the S&P 500 for that year. So a major pain point, a lot of people, they think they think that it's easy to beat the S&P 500, and a lot of beginners find out that's not true, but it takes them a long time to figure that out. A lot of people, like myself, like I go on that time machine, and I'd say like 70% of the time, at least, I beat it. Even with like very little effort, I can beat the S&P 500 on there. And usually, if I put in a lot of effort into what I'm doing, I beat it like substantially. So I mean, that's like years and years of experience in like a couple minutes. So maybe do a snapshot. If you did a bad investment, a way for you to revert to that state and try something else to see if that's better. That is a good recommendation. I'm going to take a note of that right now. I think the main thing with that, I would need to find a way with the APIs. Maybe I could cache it in some way, because I'm trying to make the free tier really light API usage. Alright, so it looks like the plan is done. And basically, Claude found that, like, for this archetype, there's really not enough existing content based on what I have right now. So that's like a good thing to me, because it's letting me know like what I need to add to this. I'm gonna paste the results and what it recommends. It's recommending to basically like write these articles before it does the build. But what I want to do is I want to just do the build and then you know, write all the articles, like do everything after the build is done, and it can just be included with the list of the other stuff we have to do. I just want to get the build done. I don't want to waste time with these articles when I think that's something I can just do later. So I'll paste the results here. Let me know what you think about Claude's suggestion and my suggestion, and help me understand and move forward. Okay, so back to the chat. You develop tools for small businesses in general. In recent months, you accepted a role as a CTO at an affiliate network. You also pay a lot for AI usage for some products. So that is definitely a lot of work. Do you feel like you're spreading yourself thin, developing these tools, and also being a CTO at this affiliate network? Maybe you're just working part-time on both of them. That would make more sense. And you're saying you pay a lot for AI usage for some products. So is that like you're saying you pay a lot for the AI usage that you use when you're building these products, or are you saying that the products you're using require a lot of AI usage? And you're saying, yup, that's too much. I think you mean you're spreading yourself too thin. Sounds like kind of the same mistake that you were making before. And you're talking about your customers' usage. Oh, so the customers that use your products, they use a lot of AI usage. So I'm guessing you're trying to find a way to minimize the AI usage that your products are taking up when your customers use them. And one of the main things I remember about like my business journey was when I was first getting started. I was broke and I was like looking for jobs while I was starting my first business. And one mistake I was making was like I was going into job interviews talking about how I'm an entrepreneur and I'm like working on this business on the side. And one day I was at an interview and the woman interviewing me was like, well, I can tell you right now, you should stop. If you're still trying to look for a job, you should stop telling people that you're an entrepreneur because that scares like people away. They're worried you're gonna like, take their secrets and then start your own business. And also that you're gonna like spread yourself too thin. But also she was saying like, you can totally like build this business that you want to build, but if you're trying to work full time on the side, it's gonna make it like almost impossible. Like it's gonna make it very difficult. And I just decided to just basically stay broke for I gave myself a year of just staying broke and living as broke as I could and just staying with family and just working on the business. And in like 6 months I was able to basically like make like a normal income of what I would have made with any kind of like job just from that business. But that's interesting that you do tools for small businesses. That is definitely something I'd like to know more about. So I don't know if you've got like a website that you're shipping these tools through, or a company that I could check it out, and then I can give you my opinion on what you got, any advice I might have. Basically let you know what I think about what you're doing with these small business tools, because maybe, who knows, maybe I might even want to use some of them myself. So you're saying the owner of I'm guessing the affiliate network business was a customer of your products, kept asking you if you wanted to come join them, but you kept refusing. But now you're working with them. I've heard that multiple times with people who are building for businesses in AI, especially like consultants. They're constantly getting job offers when they go in to do like like a build or implementation for a business. Usually by the time they're done, the owner of the business wants to hire them full time. That is right. You will not be able to share the link, but if you state the name of the business, then I can Google it. frankenai.com. Awesome. Once I get this next prompt in, I'm going to Google it, and then I will check it out. Here we go, Franken AI. Okay, so this is basically like the marketing system, very similar to the marketing systems that I'm building, it looks like. I've seen a few different variations of these. So that self-improving engine, that's the main thing I was going to ask you about. And this is definitely something that that is similar to what I plan on um, offering as a product in one of my businesses. Live since 2024. So I'm guessing that you updated a lot because the AI is constantly having updates and getting better. Um, Looks like all the socials are APIs, so you can just like automatically. It does the automatically posting for you. You've got like over 5,000 clients. That's pretty good. Looks like your pricing is either way you get like, you know, a year's worth of content with the 3 bonus months or 5.5 for the higher tier, but it's going to have better quality images and posts. Definitely AI images are more expensive. The marketing dashboards I've been building out so far, I have like 4 different AI image generator APIs built in, and I'm just like testing them all out to see which one works the best that I want to keep. And so the main question, I think that, or like, I don't know if it's really a question, but the main thing is like, so you're offering a year of content created, and it's also self-improving engine. So does it create the whole year of content at one time? Which I think wouldn't make sense if there was a self-improving engine. Because if it's improving, then like you would create like maybe a week at a time, and then it would learn from that, and then it would improve, and then create the next week based on the improvement from the previous week. I'm guessing it's probably more something like that. Because I think that's the main thing with marketing is like, you know, it wouldn't be a good idea to make a whole year's worth of content at one time, because you'd want to put out content, you know, check the analytics, see what's working, and then alter your content over time, which it looks like you have this self-improving engine. But then the main thing, like when I see this as a business owner, I'm like, okay, so like I'm confused about that. That's the main thing that like comes to me first when I check this website out. But for over 5,000 customers, I mean it's definitely working. And I mean, I definitely like. I even want to try it. Like, I would definitely do the free trial just to try it out, and if it works better than anything I've built, then like, why not? So I think what you're saying is 2 weeks in advance. So it creates marketing content for 2 weeks, and then it'll like analyze those 2 weeks, and then use that analysis to create the next 2 weeks, and it'll create the content 2 weeks at a time. If I'm understanding this correctly. Okay. So I think you know, that being said, I think maybe it would help to include some kind of explanation about that on the site, unless maybe there is already and I'm just missing it because I like scrolled through it kind of quick. It is no longer a business of the future. So why do you see that? I guess like probably, you know, 2 years ago this was like brand new, but I've seen multiple variations of this so far now. This seems to be, you know, this definitely seems like more in this seems to be bigger and better than a lot of the ones I've seen. Most of the ones I've seen seem like very simple. From what I'm seeing here, this looks like it's doing a better job than the ones I've seen. It's going to be more customized, I think looks like the main thing compared to what I've seen. I believe it. In 1 year, Claude's already starting to like co-work and stuff, to where you can like do some of this stuff automatically. So I mean, that's one of the main things about building an AI is everything moves so quick. Um, Doing this kind of business is like you're almost competing. I mean, not almost, but you are competing with Claude. You're competing with like OpenAI and Anthropic, because they're also trying to like do this same thing, provide this same service for businesses. And like people like us, like we can build faster than them, but when they do catch up, I think it'll be inevitable that they do catch up. They're gonna have a much bigger user base, and you know, they're not offering just this. This will be just like another feature to everything else they offer. So I see a lot of builders in this developers in this space right now that are building products that I think are going to be in competition with, you know, Anthropic and OpenAI, basically, Google, Gemini. So it's like, how sustainable is this? But it's definitely a good right now. I mean, right now this is like, I mean, it's doing well. Like, you've got over 5,000 customers, and who knows? Maybe when Claude does get this down in a year, it's really not that good, and you can keep making this better, and it'll be better. And businesses would rather get a better, higher quality tool than what is with Claude. But you know, that's difficult to say. Pagewidgets.com. I'll check that one out. And I'll check out this page widgets once I'm done with this prompt just got done with Claude. Small businesses don't really invest in tools. At prices of $50 to $100 a year, you don't have room to scale ads. So would you say that the majority of your customers are like entrepreneurs that are like solo business owners, or actual like you know, small to mid-sized businesses that have like, you know, more than like 10 employees? And also, I was gonna say too, okay, so you got mostly solo. That's what I was kind of thinking. Or with like a small team. I was gonna say too, I got my, actually I think I might not have LinkedIn on Twitch, but you can check Twitch. If you want to connect on LinkedIn, then you know, maybe there's some kind of business opportunity in the future. But if it's not on Twitch, it's basically just my name, Nate Needham, and then you would see my picture. All right, so for stage 2, it must be optional because it didn't automatically take me to it. And something I noticed is like, you know, I would like go to the dashboard and I would like say to start the path. It would take me to automatically to the first part of that path, and then I would have to navigate back to the dashboard manually. And then go to stage 2, and I noticed like at the end of an article, it was either on stage 1 or stage 2, there was a link to go to the time machine. So maybe that's like what it was thinking, that there was that link at the end of the article, but it didn't automatically take me to the time machine. Other than that, I mean, it seemed like, everything worked. So back to the chat, you intend to focus on a single platform product, but on the affiliate marketing angle. That's interesting. I haven't really seen any AI affiliate marketing products. I've seen some people who, I guess not like that they sell products, but they use AI to build in the affiliate niche. Like they'll build like affiliate sites, but no one that's doing like a business that is selling an affiliate service, I guess maybe. Kind of like what's it called? ClickBank, I think. And you already have the one for social media. You have Publish Army that can create blogs. Definitely, definitely, I feel like you're doing the right thing, building in the same niche. Internal email servers, interesting. So definitely, from what I'm seeing, is like a year, 2 years ago, these were very very unique, and over the past like year or two, there's been a massive increase in those, like your competitors basically. But I mean, you can take everything you've learned and like just stay relevant and stay at the top and find new ways to just keep building in like the niche that you're building in. Commit and push to GitHub. So because that's right, you're working with an affiliate company and they're willing to bring customers to your products for a commission, of course, and they'll have 1.5 million users. That's money right there. Then that's a good idea because you've already got that base of the company that you work for that already has pre-existing customers, and they can send those out. And you understand their whole workflow, so you can just like kind of build off of that, I guess. And this kind of makes me feel like I should I'm gonna take a note right now actually to like make some kind of affiliate program for every business I build, basically. definitely, if one business is using your products and they're getting a lot of value, that is like the next kind of the next step is to give them some kind of maybe like a discount if they can do an affiliate. You know, the more people they bring in, bigger discount they get, something like that. Maybe even like more free time, like, you know, get an extra 3 months free for everyone that uses your affiliate link or something like that. So the company you work for wants better tools for their users since they do a lot of training on how to become affiliates. Interesting. So they promote other business tools for commission, but they have no control over those tools. Since you're already a part of the team, you can add what they need in your products. And then I'm guessing like you would just get a cut from each sale they make of your product. So that is like a job and a business opportunity in one. There you go. Then that's not so bad. You know, even though it sounds like you're kind of spreading yourself thin by doing this business and having that job. That job right there is actually like a business within a job kind of, I guess. Which is like super rare concept that I've never really heard of people that, you know, got hired onto a business and then they're not just working for like a salary, they're also building tools for that business or features for that business that they're getting like a straight up like business cut, like they were an owner of that business as well. So that's definitely like a good structure to be in. So you initially wanted to keep them separate, the your business and the job. I think you mean that's why they were in different directions. Your products were as backup plus some extra income. But then it sounds like it just makes more sense to do what you're doing now, to have that user base that your business already has that you're working for. If I use Stripe, you can give me an affiliate system in a few months. Yes, I use Stripe, so I would definitely be interested to hear about your affiliate system. So if you don't catch me on here, just send me a message on LinkedIn, and would definitely look into that. Because I do not know much about. I think ClickBank is really the only affiliate system that I've ever used before, and I did get a few sales on ClickBank from affiliate sales, but it was more difficult than I thought, and this was like a long time ago. So sure, things have changed a lot since then. Back then, it was pretty much just like, you know, creating blogs and posting links from ClickBank, and now there's probably a lot more you can do to help get sales with that stuff. Sounds like it's still not that easy today, but with AI, I mean, I feel like if you're utilizing AI right, it should be easier in a sense. So live webinars are the ones that bring in the most sales. And I feel like I've seen an increase in people promoting live webinars. All right, I definitely want to do that commit and push for that bug that I fixed earlier, and anything else that you think I would want to do right now. And then I think let's do an audit for, I think we've done 2 different archetypes now without an audit. But I think if you're still on, it was good talking to you, and I think I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm getting tired and need some food, need to take a break. just all I got to do left is an audit now. So this is definitely a good stream. Made a lot of progress and feeling good. So, I'll just keep on working and keep making progress. And I would say that's it for today. And hopefully everybody got some value off of what I had to say. So thank you. Wishing the same good luck back to you too. And until next time, I'm out.